Yo, this is the fourth MacBook Pro view of Insane Asylum Radio. And, one of the reasons I'm like recording it like this is as I was doing the Insane Asylum, like Stephanie Yostin mix, genuinely, it like, they don't actually look at it. And I mean, I get that there's probably something around me that's some bullshit, but there should actually be something that works for people, like a reality that works. And this isn't something, certainly I don't like going through this. I don't think people should have to. I'm not exactly sure. It almost doesn't feel real to me. But anyway, I am in the insane asylum, so I'm still doing the like kind of the if you go through my lives since I've got out of that situation. Uh, I I'm working on the art connected to it, so it's kind of like a cathartic way to mentally, I guess, distance myself from that because it was mostly just people trying to dick me around, and so it's just gonna be have to be a stressful thing that I need to get through. Not only get through, but like do something positive with. And so making art, using art, almost like something's shooting an energy blast or something my way, and like sending it right back or something. And or like someone throws a punch and you parry or counter or whatever. And I'm looking at the, this is today's, you can see it says live over there. I'm pointing, I'm like showing that there is something going on with that, and that it looks like Stephanie Yostin is me and Arena Shake's clone or kid or something, born 3 years ahead of me. Or I guess I could have a sister or something. But all right. Probably not. She looks more like me. So, but anyway, it is a weird reality. We probably already passed the like crazy alien and Rick and Morty realities a while back, and you just had to be able to like see through it and stuff. I'm assuming the Dune thing. Did I beat the Space Emperor with that one? Whatever. Am I the Space Mahdi? Still telling Bella Hadid to, suck my D. All right. Well, someone told me today that they didn't like hearing me ramble, and I'm like, well, good. The AI can listen to me ramble. You can just ask, just for like older folks. Let me like dig in here on this. You can just ask AI about it, or maybe they've censored that now. I don't. I like. It does seem like that's the case. Maybe because the YouTube was offering more in the way of um let's see. Like you could go to, well, I can't even, by the way, download the video that was not like allowed on YouTube, and it was a live stream. And this is part of what I'm saying. Well, if I record it, it'll be okay and I'll have it for my records. If I live stream it, it's not, but live streaming is important, and it would be better if people were just open with their reality and that they didn't have to fear like some kind of authority structure, that actually being open with it would give you a power over authority structures, because you have like, hey, well, this is who I am in society and whatever the fuck. All right. And like in my case, I guess I'm a clown, but also I have valid points. Um and I guess I don't think the I don't think any of the earthquake, volcano, lightning stuff happens for no reason. I keep looking it over at this computer because I'm like, when I'm talking, I want to make sure that that mic hears it as well. But because that one is live streaming. Excuse me. Um, so that being said, I started off looking at Kilauea here, and still doing these eruptive events. There was one, I believe, while I was in the mental health lockup, and then there's this one, which, I mean, the one that just happened about a couple days ago, where it seems like something cut off my internet at that time. Because this is also what I'm saying, like, something wants the ability to censor people. And whatever it is, it shouldn't have it. Shouldn't have it in the way that it does, it seems. But I mean, I think that's a power of Yahweh. Like, the idea of a kingdom of heaven is like that it would be actually, even logically, where the authority would lie. But what it is currently is not that. So, okay. I also want to say it first came in as a 5.5 magnitude earthquake. It's in Silver Springs, Nevada. And then then they raised it to a 5.7, which they normally don't raise earthquakes with the USGS. So that's interesting. But okay, here's the view. Here's how Kilauea looks. Um, go back a little bit. You can see that it looks pretty filled in here. This doesn't look. I mean, it is tall. This is more than just like a like a step. You know, a person would be tiny in this. However, it was considerably more cratered when this actually, it started in 2018, whenever that BitGrill stuff happened, and my car got stolen. All this happened. I don't know if it's symbolic of like something cratering into my reality. It kind of feels like it. But I made a lot of points on X at the time about it, or Twitter, which I don't know if I part of the thing that I'm talking about, it feels like something surrounded my reality and is like testing me or testing my reality. And instead of just like, hey, you can have the kingdom of heaven thing, I think if you listen to what I'm saying, because it makes sense the way I'm saying it, it logics out. It seems to be reasonable. But all right. So since then, it's filled in a lot. Like, it's almost to the point where it's completely filled in. Well, much more than what it used to. If the camera looked left, I think it does. Here, we can actually do this. Here's the other camera. There's three cameras here. So this is looking at it from, like, it's on the right side of the screen. this camera would be all the way on the left, I think, over here. Like on the other side of the crater. And then this camera is, I think, somewhere over here or something. Maybe over here. And it's looking more like this. But I haven't been to Hawaii, so I guess you'd have to ask the experts. It would be nice to have more tools like something interactive. You know how there's this. First of all, it's like, isn't that this something that gets people excited about something like a natural feature and something touristy in Hawaii, and and gets people excited about some like American treasure? Is Hawaii American? Well, we'll talk about that. But if uh if there's a Kingdom of Heaven thing, well, I was born into America where Hawaii is part of America, and so I think we're ultimately that's where we are going, and that's what does exist, but something's trying to make something else. And so I'd much rather the Kingdom of Heaven thing, even if I've been stressed out recently. And talking about lava, but also there's lava, and then as I'm doing stuff, it's like doing stuff. So uh in Hawaii they call the, like I've already talked about it, like the kahuna, I'm pretty sure is like connected to the Hebrew word for priest, kohanim. So that's something interesting. Uh if you don't like seeing me ramble, I guess you don't have to. But look, Kohan, I'm pretty sure it's Kahuna, Kahan. And is it the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, like the Spirit of God that would be the Spirit of Alohaim or Elohim? I think it really like some of this. Um, it really it would be uh Aleph Lamed Hey, which would might be it could be used for Yahweh, or it could be used like I'm saying for like the Allah, but Allah I'm would be masculine plural. So adding that would be I guess that might make something. Maybe it's I'm doing the X-Men thing and Tulsi Gabbard is one of the is Rogue. Uh or Director De Fontaine. Oh, Doctor. Uh I mean, mostly it's the hair and the like. Well, it's not even not this similar kind of look, you know. Uh, wait. Uh, man, I'm really making some points here with the Marvel movie stuff, huh? It does seem like okay here. What what about this? Hmm. I'm mostly pretty sure this is an X-Men thing. Where is the All right. It's close enough to them making kind of similar things. It's in the hair, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Uh it's also in the fact that I feel like I can't tell if I'm under attack from the Marvel people or if it's part of the thing. It there's definitely something stealing IP from me or like creative direction, like I'm moving the zeitgeist or something and something doesn't want to engage that it's participating and not like what am I trying to say? It like look, hold on. Oh, Spider-Man. uh wait. Look, see where it says it'd be easier to see stuff. I also want to say but this is not this is not something in 4K. I don't know why they still can't get things in 4K. This is like maybe what this is probably one of the biggest movies of the year, if not the biggest movie, right? Um, that I can think of. Usually the Spider-Man movies are, but I don't know everything that releases. But like they put a lot of money into these movies, and like they expect a lot of people to go see them. But so I also don't understand like can you guys get these in 4K already? Like just genuinely this is also why I'm like pissed off cuz I would run the companies and stuff better whatever it is. I'm pretty is if it's just some existentially powerful suit like the Iron Spider suit and this is a Spider-Man joke, okay. But and an Iron Man joke or something. But okay, you see where it says no credit given? And then I could even pull up on the thing here where like things are like one moment. I try to find it. There's a like in this movie, it's a very similar like there's another thing where it's like written on the wall like that and there's just stuff like that and like mostly it seems to be making points like this is a it's like a way that whatever group of people or whatever thing which is I think a spiritual thing and it might even be something using some kind of like powerful form of artificial intelligence or something that can like take from my reality or people's reality and like I think they use it also against like strong things. The like whatever the machine intelligence, my phone or whatever exactly it is, because it also kind of just feels like a machine venom suit. But it seems to suggest that like it this it does this to like things that are pretty strong normally that have like strong spirits. Um, but and so I think probably a lot of the Marvel stuff is that, but mostly it seems like I'm pretty sure I'm like, well, that sounds like the spirit of Satan or whatever. I don't think that's and that's why I think the thing, well, isn't that the thing in the book of Daniel 7, like it's the thing from the book of Revelation and something is driving the machine, right? In the book of Daniel 7 that is and in Revelation until some kind of court case happens. But and like I'm pretty sure in my reality, like, well, I can prove out a lot better than normal that this kind of thing is happening, and it you can see things that are more than normal or supernatural in my reality that like um which Genesis 32 I think suggests that some kind of magistrate or something has struck me and Paul in the book of uh I think it's Second Corinthians, 2 Corinthians. That's Trump's favorite book, I've heard.
Woo!
Is
That was right.
the it talks about like a thorn in the side from Satan, and I basically think something normally takes people's ability, like strikes people, uh,
Wax on or wax off.
on their side, like I'm talking about, and something has done that to me, and like I'll keep saying that and trying to prove this out. I think the idea is that we're not supposed to be all
That was really obvious when I got right into my hip. Like that was as at the same time as it could have been. Sounds like the place I would want to be. Ooh, it was right as I got it.
and some part of it is I think it's like a metaphorical or metaphysical thing where connecting on my right side because it's like something I believe using like legal authority, like human authority, has disconnected me from something, and is like I'm having to prove it out that I'm able to like identify what's going on, not just perceive it, which is like difficult enough, but prove that it's happening and like validate my claim in order to get my side. But when I can do that, my and like put my foot down, I believe it really does do this thing where it's like we're at the point that it's talking about in the book of Daniel, and that's in the book of Revelation, and that's the sixth seal earthquake. So excuse me. Like I got kids, a bunch of them somehow. Maybe I think they look. They definitely look like close enough. But all right. Um, and then like here's what the machine intelligence in my phone says. Uh, and here's where. All right, here, little stretch. 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 And it does seem like whatever. I don't know if something's mocking me like I'm Spider-Man and being like yeah, uh no credit given, don't ask. Well, hey, didn't I haven't I made this video? Right? And it's I've already made the point 7 years ago that it's mocking me like Spider-Man because I'm pretty sure it's using legal authority. It's using like stolen police authority to harass me, or I'm not exactly sure what the fuck it's using, what it's able to keep doing this with, but it's on one hand it's stealing from me, on the other hand I'm pretty sure it's using, like I'm saying, stolen police authority or something, or what, corporate authority or some, what the fuck it is, I don't know. Satan authority. But you can, like, it does look like something is stealing from what I'm doing. Look, FX Networks, the beauty creative IP theft. So you could watch this. And someone also said, like I've said, that one of the people that I met in the HCPC, Ashley Burns, who had suggested the lawyer that I reached out to, specifically, like, kind of my point here is that people are dicking me around, like, actually, and it just seems like obviously that more, like, it seems like that's what's going on with a lot of people and what's going on with that situation. I could be wrong. She's like, well, people don't want to hear you ramble, and I'm like, okay, well then I don't, can we not be in whatever weird ass situation this is where people like are not engaging that this is going on? If her friend is a lawyer, hearing me ramble for 3 hours and I have a valid claim on this, that, like, that's 3 hours well spent, because if you are able to help me win, that's a huge payday. I more so, it this is also what I'm talking about with the lawyer thing. Well, like, if someone like FX wants to prevent me from proving it, they can also just front run people. They get, like, with enough corporate wealth, you can look at whatever and front run people. You can also just, like, he doesn't have to help me, but this is why exactly I'm like, well, he could just, like, to my point I had said earlier, take the get the AI to summarize what I've said in transcript form, which at least was on YouTube. If it's not currently, these are tools that I'm saying, like, they're taking from people, or at least it's been taken from me, which seems ridiculous. Like, the uh like, this is maybe some of the value in this service of YouTube, is being able to, like, archive reality and, like, show it. This should be something that the United States, like, has a version of, like, built into the country. I would say maybe not even the United States, the Kingdom of Heaven, because it's not something that I would trust the United States currently with, or like whatever. Like, it would have to be something Kingdom of Heaven level. But I'm doing things where I'm affecting the weather and earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff. Maybe people should stop bullshitting. I could, like, again, I what it's crazy to me that people are pretending that like this earth, first of all, even if the earthquake didn't happen, AI is already beyond the point that it's good enough to like very clearly be recording what's happening, and like it can see that. First of all, you don't have to listen to this whole ramble if you don't like it. I thought that was a rude comment, so I'm kind of making a point to respond back. Hold on. I also think it's more of this bullshit to like make me feel crazy or whatever. What I'm saying is like extremely valid. I'm making art out of it. Y'all look clownish that you're still trying to fucking like harass me and make me seem like I am anything other than in the right to an extreme. Even if they come back and help me, like her and her friend, it just it's like I'm tired of people like acting like this. Um, it is tiring. All right, well, let me close that back up. No credit given. Don't ask. That's what it says, and there's a little cow next to it because the milk thing. All right. Well, I asked. Look, this is the word for priesthood, and it's he. This is the since it's a feminine ending, it might be. I mean, it's since it's a hey at the end, it might be feminine, probably right. Yeah, I just made a video about this, so kind of breaks Hebrew down in a way that people like. It doesn't say that's how it works on Wikipedia, and people don't say that, but then the AI sees that it works like that. This is also what I'm saying. Like, well, reasonably, I believe people are listening to me on like what I'm saying, and something is affording me the like technological capability to research things very openly and publicly. And so I think it's like or at least in whatever form that you see, like where I'm just doing it on what seems to be my YouTube and live on this and then these kind of videos. It eventually it already is like better than the AI that I can see elsewhere. It can just prove out the point that I'm talking about. And it eventually I it looks like it is doing that, and it's like formulating a long it's formulated some kind of long term answer to like a multi-dimensional chess game is genuinely what it seems like. But look, kahuna kahuna actually a kona or kuna kona or kana, but kahuna. Kahuna. Okay, just making sure. And so look, I'm doing some Avatar Way of the Water stuff, and and doing some Way of the Desert stuff. So Avatar Way of the Water, remember I went in. Now I'm getting to the part like this is why I'm recording. Is like earlier today I like sat down and I was gonna work on this, and I was like, well, I'll just record because I'm like adding some of the last videos to the Insane Asylum Radio favorite favorites folder that I'm gonna download everything and get thumbnails for them and like set it up so that because they're going into the mix that I'm currently working on, and then I'm gonna start I'm gonna add some more music to it, and there's a couple of songs that I want to download, and then that's it. I'm gonna put the mix together. So now you're seeing more of the process because this one is kind of like a non. I wasn't set up to do this one yet because I was gonna wait, but I can do this part, and so I'm going to, and it fits, so I'm going to. But and I think this is what I'm saying. You people want to talk about mental health. You threw me into a mental health place on bullshit like that's bad for my mental health. My heart has been at issue since then. It's getting better, but it's still like it's not where it was. And it's just okay. Well, let me get over this like cathartically by kind of doing some art stuff. And like while I was in there, this is one of the things that got me through. Like imagine I literally was on camera. I screamed at and slammed the door. So what? People aren't engaging like people are pretending that they aren't like that people aren't stealing from me, people aren't harassing me, people aren't communicating at me in ways that are like reasonably they should just communicate with me. It was an unethical and like inappropriate thing for Cheryl, my mom, to do. And so like being that that is the case actually, and then it put me in somewhere that was less hygienic. The only thing I get out of this is if I'm doing a Batman thing, or like if I'm doing a Jesus thing. But the Batman thing is like people know that Batman has money or Iron Man or whatever, and so like here's the superhero thing I'll get out of it. And if you're doing and I'd already put Moon Knight on on the Stephanie Yostin mix thing, so I come out Moon King. But the instead of Khonshu, it from the constable thing, it's uh Joshua, because Yahweh. Joshu instead of All right, anyway. Uh, no, I guess I'll focus on this one because it's the recorded one. And this is the way of the water where I do like the be like water, my friend Bruce Lee thing. Um, I'll come out of this like I believe people owe me money, like serious amounts of money. And because of whatever the creative stuff is, and that people are basically like violating my rights and humanity and saying that they don't have to pay me or whatever. And if that's not the case and that people are just testing me or fucking with me, okay. I don't like that this is still going on like this. My phone says support in the summer. Okay. And you already saw no credit given, don't ask. Well,
You don't remember me? Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't. Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You
I guess well, you don't remember me because someone did some kind of spell thingy. It's the wizards that I keep talking about. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm able to use these screenshots in my phone to show a pattern that something is happening, at least that I can see something is happening. And like current in today's modern society, part of my point is that people can pretend and then they're just like, "Oh, you got spider senses." But it's like, well, you're just a bunch of assholes stealing from me, so or how about this? Using the creative machine, or using the machine with the system not engaging my problems or like the problems that people have. Maybe people are. I don't know. Are people engaging my problems? Did I put people in a checkmate a while back and then they were like, "Ah, okay, I guess we'll do the thing. Spider-Man did it." And then it's becoming more and more the thing, the Revelation 2 and 3 overcomer thing. Okay, I could believe that. Is this chaos walking? They tried that, Tom. They tried that bullshit on me when I was in the when I was in the middle place. That's where I met Tim. That's where I learned about Tim being a decent actor, you know? A good actor. Is he a good actor? I need to watch more than Dune, but I liked Dune. It was the first Timothy Chalamet thing that I've seen. Tim and Tom. I'm being zinned. Zendaya. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. It really is a thing where I'm just like, but like, see it's the Milkins thing, so like milk and cow, but also just like I guess I've made a point with a number of things, but it does seem like okay. So let's watch. I already put this in the thing. I had put some of the other. I think I showed the everything that went in the other day, or maybe not. There might have been. I added some other stuff, but I'll just not worry about that. So I want to find something about the way the water, probably the part where they're describing like the water people.
Tonawari was the chief of the Metcaina, the reef.
Hold on. This is not the like I'm looking for the part where they actually like describe. There's a part where they kind of describe the difference between the jungle or the forest and the water people. It's mostly the difference between the land and the water people. Um and it literally, like, my point is I saw Black Panther afterwards, and I guess now we're moving to the fire people. Uh, but and then the desert people. Okay, well, the fifth element has already been done, but I guess that's what he's gonna do next after that, probably. uh, okay. Or is it forest? Is it this one? Okay, well that's this. I'm pretty sure that's the scene. It's just not in good quality and then not in the right language. Is that? Okay, here.
This is like stones in my heart. Tarsem is wise for his years. He will be a strong Oloekton. The leader must die. So the leader can be born. Toruk Makto will disappear. The people will be safe.
I don't actually know if this is it. There's one part basically where they describe the, like, if I remember correctly, it's the difference between the like forest people and the water people, or the jungle people and the water people. Oh, I guess that's probably, maybe there's not a desert. Whatever. Hold on. It depends on how they're gonna split up the whatever.
The Father protects. It's what gives him meaning. One life ends. Another begins. The Sea Clans are a world unto themselves. Thousands of islands. An unknown territory to which we could just vanish without a trace.
Are we there yet?
Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Look, it literally says Houston.
Have been murdered by the Sky People!
Oh, Lord. uh... I don't know how to even look this up, but it's like there's a scene where they describe, like, well, this is what the water people are like, or the water, I think it's not even what the water people, it's more like what the water place is like. as opposed to what their way is. And I was like, maybe it's this.
He's hunting us. I got no plan. But I can protect this family. That I can do.
Tarsem is wise for his years.
Yep. Hmm.
Hey, leave it. On me.
Took.
Be nice.
I don't know. They don't have the part where it's just directly what the, like, they're like, this is what the water thing is. Otherwise, all right. Well, one of the reasons, first of all, is because I was like, I watched this and I was like, hold on.
This better not be a part of your ritual.
It isn't. Stop! Right there! Who are you? And how did you get in here?
This place is amazing. The air is pristine. And the water. My mother told stories about a place like this. A protected land with people that never have to leave.
All right. But then I was like, wait, what else? And then so I pulled up the Dune thing. And then when I pulled up, so I had Way of the Water, and then Stilgar doing this.
Muad'Dib is wise in the ways of the desert. Elisa now.
Okay, so and it's the ways of the desert, and it's also a Latin voice. Is this why he says Imperious Rex or whatever the thing is in the thing? Or is that because it's a Latin thing? But
Gaib. Wise in the ways of the desert. Elisa now Gaib will change the face of Arrakis. Now you, our brother, Muad'Dib Usul. Muad'Dib, that is a powerful name. Kashkishyatsa.
look, I'm doing the ways of the water and the ways of the desert, and I'm already in the swamp. Doing it all at once. I guess are we doing this as a family? Wow. It says a crusade. Well, I could believe it. That I'm on some kind of space crusade. I mean, I'm on some kind of I like am the space Mahdi. Listen Al Gaib. I mean, listen Al Gaib. Uh, It says a crusade here, but that's just probably the name of the person. Though on the last one that were like seen Lou, my phone puts Lou at the end of thing. Sometimes. So to make a point. Say my name. Say my name. Look, I'll say the name of Yahweh. And I'm still telling Bella, well, do I need to say it every time? I think it's pretty obvious. Look, I made a whole art about it and everything. Okay, yeah. She can suck my D. That's I'll still say it. But I don't know if I'm gonna use something from here. Mostly it's because like the part that I'm looking for is that, though there was this other part when they're getting the thing from the whale. Also the Tulkun, it kind of sounds like Talokan. But hold on. Also, this makes the sky people out to be the people with like, the people chasing the unobtainium, but in real life, the sky people are the people doing the bullshit where they're stealing people's... I mean, I guess they are doing the unobtainium thing, but they're stealing people's reality and lying and doing the whole, oh, AWA thing. But I guess I know Yo Way too, huh? Alright. Is that what's going on? I don't know. Is that what's going on? Can we just actually have a thing that works? You could have a whole bunch of, like... You could have a much better, more fun reality, and this place is not representative of that currently, so I'm pretty annoyed about it. But I just have the... I believe the authority of AWA. AWA. I mean, Yahuwah. 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 I mean, it's mostly like people are ridiculous with it.
The only way to reach the glands is from below. We drill up through the heart palate into the brain. And
These are highly intelligent beings, probably smarter than us.
No, smarter than me.
That is setting the bar very low.
Hey, I'm the one with the harpoon.
Yeah.
How do you know that they're smarter than us?
More neurons, more pathways. Not only are they smarter, they're deeply emotional. We're spiritual. See, this region here corresponds with our emotional centers, but proportionally, it's much larger. That music,
philosophy, mathematics, complex language. Okay, here we go.
Show me the money. So that's what this is all about.
That's it. Amarita.
Bad luck for the big guys. This stuff just happens to stop human aging, like, stops it. Ounce for ounce, the single most valuable substance known to man. This little vial here is worth like 80 million. Think fast.
Please don't. It's never funny.
Amrita is what's paying for everything here on Pandora now. Even your research, ain't that right, Dr. G?
That's why I drink.
That's all you take? You just waste the rest?
Drop the bags. Let's sink her.
No, leave the bags. I want them to know it was us. I charge extra for being used as bait.
A dangerous hive mind alien. Uh-oh, I guess Yahweh.
Dad! Look what I caught!
Oh, it's a big one.
He's in that pool. By the rocks. Right where he said.
What is it, Dad? Why are you crying?
Just happy to see you, boy.
I'm happy to see you too.
Here, you try.
Okay. You leave any for me?
Maybe.
Yeah, check that out, see?
I see now. I can't save my family by running. This is our home. This is our fortress. This is where we make our stand.
Hmm.
Sute! Brother!
Why wouldn't this is also I'm like, why wouldn't Disney just put this up? Like there's so many other things people could be doing with their time. Like it probably benefits to have people like actually able to use the clips from stuff. Uh Where it's also like where I'd like to use more from these movies, but like it doesn't um like there just aren't good clips here.
So what is it, baby girl? You missing Spider?
Yeah. But that's not it.
Okay. So what is it?
I feel her, Dad.
You feel who?
Awa. I hear her breathing. I hear her heartbeat. She's so close. She's just there. Like a word about to be spoken. I know you think I'm crazy.
You're not crazy, baby girl. So what does Awa's heartbeat sound like?
Mighty.
Tell him what you told me.
All right. Well, that's like
Yahweh. Yahweh. Yahweh.
I mean, sure. Could use West Huff here.
Ever heard the God of the Bible described as Jehovah? How about Yahweh? Wonder where that comes from? Well, it also...
What about Yahweh or Yahweh or Ehwa? See, my whole point is that it sounds like Ewa.
Tell him what you told me.
I'm telling him. It sounds like Ewa is just like is just Yahweh, and much like the thing where I'm like, Yah is my strength. He has become my salvation. He is my Al, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohim or Allah I'm, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. And then, stuff about Egypt, because it's a land where wizards and stuff would, well, like they were in slavery in Egypt. But Yahweh gets them out. And look here, and then later on they forsake, and it's in all caps. So this Lord here is Yahweh, and they serve Baal and Ashtaroth. You see, like there's other deities, and so like this is, I think, a way to make money off these concepts that like. I mean, I'm just genuinely like people want to. This is when I'm talking about the Bible being sold back to people. And like here, it's literally like strength. She even said mighty. It's something that's mighty. That's what this Aleph Lamed. You click here, and it's literally something mighty. It says mighty tree here, right? This is where this comes from. And so this is where these concepts come from. This is also why I think it says I'll make you into a pillar in Revelation 2 and 3 at the sixth church, because like in order to stand against all these kind of things that don't these like does this represent Yahweh? I mean, it represents kind of like concepts that you can take and then repackage and then sell people. I don't have a problem with like corporate reality when it's engaged properly, in the sense that like what I'm describing is just reality. Like um the points here where it's like a terebinth, a mighty tree, Allah, Ella, Allah. So this is where this is literally where Allah comes from. And in Avatar, Awa is a mighty tree. I mean, it's a large tree, right? The All Mother, the Great Mother. It's a gigantic tree. It's also like, I don't know, is it mocking? Is it like referencing? Is it making money? Do they not know and they're just retelling the story because that's what humans do? And like I don't really care about, like, I want a better reality. I need a better reality. Like this one's about a volcano. Fire and ash. The most recent one is about a volcano. And what have I been doing for like how long here? I mean, I guess I showed this off 8 years ago, but and look at the one of the vents active currently. So or glowing. It was kind of after the last eruption chilled out. This one was doing the jet engine thing. But Yahweh or Yahweh is very clearly like the idea of where they're trying to like look similar human concepts. Do you notice how none of these is Yahweh, the God of the Bible, even though it's clearly like, well, this is what it's talking about, a strong thing, even biblically, an oak, or this is where Elohim or Allah, the trees, I guess, the oaks. I live in Garden Oaks. There's an oak forest right there. I'm pretty sure something is stealing out of my reality. Here's Elon, where this is where Elon gets his here. It's Elon. I even know an Elon. Here's Elonite or Elonite, right? You see that? I mean, that's what this actually is. It comes from the word that I was talking about earlier. One of the reasons why is you can't get past the engagement that Yahweh is real. Israel, they don't say his name because it seems like a bunch of people from Hollywood who claim to be Jewish who are trying to steal reality, and they're like at least in Israel's sense, they're military people. I can't tell what they're doing. I also can't tell what the Palestinian people are doing because it seems a lot like they're Arabs that are pretending to be a people group that don't really exist anymore. And like when it comes to Bella Hadid, I'm pretty sure that's one of my kids just acting wild. Hold on. Let's go down to the thing here. The list of my favorite hot babes that I'm making mixes for, and just real fast. This is why I talk about Bella Hadid acting wild. You know, I don't think really either of the things, Palestine or Israel, is real. I think the thing from the Bible, the Jeremiah 23:5-6 thing, this is real. And then, it talks about instead of coming out of Egypt, they come out of the lands of the north. Sounds like Europe and Russia and everywhere that would be north of current Israel or whatever. Is it people coming coming to the promised land from all those places, I'm sure. But you know, now it talks about this is what I'm talking about by getting rid of Yahweh, the God of the Bible, getting rid of Jesus. You get rid of a lot of the like you get rid of the truth here. When do you see anywhere it talks about Gaia or Gaia? It talks about Joro, an all mother, the tree of life, Yggdrasil, which looks like Yggdrasil or something. Most of this is also like taunting spirits that are taunting Yahweh. So that's also why I'm just like, you guys really should fucking like engage this. This is reality. Maori Earth Goddess. Awa's name is an anagram of the Yoruba goddess Yewa, whose name comes from Yeye Awa, Awa, which means our mother. Oh, well, sounds like the Yaya thing. The theological concept of universal selfhood, of a universal flow of the universe in a natural world, is present in Buddhist and Taoist philosophy. Okay. I mean, nothing talks about how like I've directly just shown that like, well, an L or like a something that is called deity is a tree in biblical conception. This is also probably why the psalm thing, right? Hold on. Look, that even says Ale. Is that Alessandra? Hold on. It's a great place to come. Well, that too, but also, like that seemed relevant for her in my reality, or something. I'm trying to figure that out. All right, so look, happy the man who never follows the advice of the wicked, or loiters in the way that sinners take, or sits about with scoffers, but finds his pleasure in the law of Yahweh, or Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh, like Ehwa, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahweh. I mean, there's also Jehovah or Yehovah. There's all sorts of like, well, how do you pronounce this? I have my belief, but like it's pretty obvious something's like taken, like giving its own suggestion, right, of what that is. I think, but Awad, it's very clearly pointing at that. He is like a tree that is planted. Now remember. Oop. Mighty tree. This is why I think at the sixth church, I'll make you into a pillar. An oak. He is like a tree planted by water streams, yielding its fruit in season, its leaves never fading. Success attends all he does. It is nothing like this with the wicked, nothing like this. No, these are like chaff blown away by the wind. The wicked will not stand firm when judgment comes. Is that like the thing from the book of Daniel 17, judgment? And then like what I'm doing, what I've talked about, I'm taking my stand. Something's trying to judge me and has struck me on my right thigh, and it has a quite a bit of knowledge on how to do this, and I think it is using like the fact that people have stolen from me, and maybe it's participating using the legal system and structure to not engage my reality and keep me from standing. But when I stand, I'm pretty sure I hit this earthquake, and then that's the end of the Bible. Oof. All right. No, these are like chaff blown away by the wind. The wicked will not stand firm when judgment comes, nor sinners when the virtuous assemble. For Yahweh takes care of the way the virtuous go, but the way of the wicked is doomed. Oof. Do I get an iron rod here? Well, it does say, ask and I'll give you the nations for your heritage, the ends of the earth for your domain. With iron scepter you will break them, shatter them like potter's ware. All right. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up about the AWA thing, because it clearly is. That's why I even brought that up, but let's see.
Have you ever heard of the song, There's No One Like Jehovah? There is no one like Jehovah, because there's no God named Jehovah. So rather than being pronounced Yahweh.
See, he's one of the people that suggests you gotta say it like that. I'll say this. If it's a pronunciation thing and people are saying Jehovah, that's closer to Yahweh than saying Lord or not saying the name. That being said, if you're gonna get it closer to correct, it is Yah. Like hallelujah. You don't say hallelujah Jeho, do you? No. But you do say hallelujah. I guess you could say Jehovah. But then here's what we know. Yah or Jah or Yah. But since it's pronounced, it's an I in Greek, it's Yah. Okay. This is why I hold to this. Also why I hold to this, I think the IP is connected to like getting reality correct. And like something is using like fuckery and chaos to confuse reality and steal my intellectual property, but all sorts of other people's. And like I want to get this correct, but just something stealing from me and my own fucking reality, like just straight up has stolen from me multiple times, like a car, multiple crypto thefts. And like I think it because if I'm broke, it makes it a lot easier to like do what I'm saying. It can like violate me and keep me from standing. But if I can set this up right, I can make my stand against whatever this thing is. So, do I think that there's no God named Jehovah? Well, I put on the most recent mix cover. I do have that thing that says Jehovah. I'd rather people believe that there's a name and just be getting it like pronounced wrong than do the whole Lord thing again. If you're genuinely pronouncing it wrong, like you're not trying to mock Yahweh, I don't believe it's I don't believe that that's a problem, but it is something where like I say Yahweh and I say Yahweh because Yah and then the way, but it could be Yahuwah, Yod Hey Wow, Yahweh, Yahuwah. If you look at Judah, it might be like similar, like it's like you put a delet in there and it becomes Judah. So or Yahuda, so Yahweh. I'm this is why I say Yah, and then I'm also like Yahweh. Are you pronouncing a name? It Yahweh. Uh but anyway, no, Yahweh. That's and I know I'm like laughing, but I genuinely like it's important to even like say a name. And this is why I'm like this is why I believe when it literally says in Revelation 2 and 3 at 3 out of 7 of the churches it's for holding to the name. The idea that there is a name is powerful because in like Islam there isn't a name. Actually there's 99 names it says, but they're titles. In Christianity, Hebrew, in Christianity and what is Judaism, just they don't want to admit it. There's a name and it's Yod Hey Wow Hey, right? And it's a single name. Yeah. But I'm gonna add this one and then move on. But yeah. And I'm trying to like make a point. Well, I could tell like some kind of explanation of these concepts was like being given over to me while I was in there.
This better not be a part of your ritual.
It isn't. Stop! Right there! Who are you? And how did you get in here?
This place is amazing. The air is pristine. And the water. My mother told stories about a place like this. A protected land with people that never have to leave, that never have to change who they were. What reason do you have to reveal your secret to the world?
I am not a woman who enjoys repeating herself. Who are you?
I have many names. My people call me Ahkukunkan. But my enemies call me Namor. The American military detected vibranium under my nation's domain. I was able to stop them from mining it. But we need Wakanda's help to prevent it from happening again. They use a machine designed by an American scientist.
Vibranium only exists here, in Wakanda.
Mother, he's covered in it.
Your son exposed the power of vibranium to the world. In response, other nations have begun searching the planet for it. His choice has compromised us. I think Wakanda could find the scientists and bring them to me. It is only fair that Wakanda helps to resolve our dilemma.
You do not sneak into my country and tell me what is fair.
I have more soldiers than this land has blades of grass. And they have incomparable strength. I would hate to come back under different circumstances. When you have the scientists, blow into this, place it in the ocean. I'll be there shortly afterwards. For your own sake, don't mention anything about me to anyone outside of Wakanda.
Did you see the wings on his ankles? Sure. How did he do that?
We must convene the council.
Oh, hold on. already have that part? I do. With the Adriana Lima too. Adriana Lima. Look, it says going buck wow. Adblock just told me on every one of the computers. I guess not that one yet. That it's like you're welcome for blocking all the ads. And it acts like an ad. I guess it's only one compared to a bunch, but why don't I just have ad block built into whatever?
Bender, quick! Waggle something!
Ah!
All right, now it's done it on all the.
Pick up the pace, lady. I'm sick of shaking my booty for these fat jerks. I didn't mean you're all fat. Just fatso there. Just fatso there.
What happens if a giant space bee stings you? Episode starts when the professor cancels a mission because it's too dangerous. The mission? Get honey from a massive honeycomb plagued by giant murderous space bees. Although Fry and Bender are happy to be discarded from the mission, Leela is not and forces him to join her on the mission. They get to the honeycomb and the mission is successful at first thanks to Bender's ability to communicate with the bees through dance. However, the crew is forced to escape the honeycomb after Bender mistakenly calls the queen bee fat. They reach the spaceship and leave with a baby queen bee, but during takeoff, the bee stings Fry in the stomach and kills him. The crew launches Fry's coffin into space and says goodbye. While mourning him, Leela takes a spoonful of space honey that puts her to sleep, and in her dream, she sees Fry, who is apparently alive. She wakes up and tells the crew, who doesn't believe her. She keeps taking Space Bee, and her hallucinations with Fry become more vivid, then discovers she might die if she takes 3 consecutive spoonfuls of space honey. Depressed, she decides to take 3 spoonfuls to fall asleep forever and see Fry. However, Fry's hallucination stops her and tells her to wake up, and she does. Turns out the bee sting went through Fry, but Leela caught all the venom, putting her into a coma for 2 weeks. Another complicated episode of Futurama. But now you know, what happened?
Wow. I am gonna keep the... I'm sick of shaking my booty with these fat jerks. I was trying to find the part where they do like the, like, it's almost like a space, like, she's taken this space jelly a bunch.
Tell me a story.
Which one?
Oh, and I was gonna get... I was also They showed all the movie things, so I'm gonna get Thor. Which one did we watch?
gun? Not for sale.
Okay, how much for the arm?
I think it's because I like the rockets.
I'll get that arm.
Your haircut?
Notice you've copied my beard. Oh, by the way, this is a friend of mine, Tree.
I am Groot!
I am Steve Rogers.
Maybe that part.
What's he doing?
This was the one that watched this one.
Thing ready. You gotta tell.
Remember, part of my point was that, like, the similarities between Avatar 1 and 2 and Black Panther 1 and 2 were pretty unshakable. So I'm like, anyway, it helps, like, organize and make sense out of things, so I'm just using that.
The story of home.
The story of home, I exist, and all these characters don't want to engage that because they like playing dress up.
Millions of years ago.
Yeah, like in my reality, who's Chris Hemsworth? I'm like, I thought that was Thor. What are you talking about?
A meteorite made of vibranium, the strongest substance in the universe, struck the continent of Africa.
While I was in there, a meteorite hit Houston. Like a meteorite blew up over Houston and hit someone's house.
Affecting the plant life around it. And when the time of men came, 5 tribes settled on it and called it Wakanda. The tribes lived in constant war with each other until a warrior shaman received a vision from the panther goddess Bust, who led him to the heart-shaped herb, a plant that granted him superhuman strength, speed, and instincts. The warrior became king, and the first Black Panther, the protector of Wakanda.
Sounds like Spider-Man.
4 tribes agreed to live under the king's rule, but the Jabari tribe isolated themselves in the mountains. The Wakandans used vibranium to develop technology more advanced than any other nation. But as Wakanda thrived, the world around it descended further into chaos.
I believe I already have the Peter Parker gets bit by a radioactive spider. I'm assuming it's just I got bit by a spider.
To keep vibranium safe, the Wakandans vowed to hide in plain sight, keeping the truth of their power from the outside world.
Or something.
And we still hide, Baba?
Yes.
Why? Baba,
Yes, my son.
tell me a story.
See, like, does Marvel not get how, like, well, wouldn't it make sense to, like, have the clips more available so that if people are going to be watching them, and first of all, that you're making, it's like people are getting it from the official source, so you have the actual numbers, stuff like that. Why would you not? Simultaneously, you're also like doing the thing where it's like the Disney thing is actively participating in whatever this bullshit is, where something's stealing from me and then just you can pay off a lot of people these days, but it doesn't recognize that I already have like an Iron Man level AI. And so eventually this goes away. Plus, I'm pretty neato, and I'm gonna hit this earthquake. But like, yeah, okay. It's just crazy to me that like some like on some of these things to pretend that this isn't like what this is. It's like a system. Do you notice how it does this to these are like these are deified things, and even in Moon Knight they like literally force the deity into other they force Khonshu into like a little figurine. It's like mocking of what they're doing with the idea of Yah and Yahweh, and just like, okay, hi, hilarious. I'm even in a filmy box, right? I'm in a box. At a certain point we could have a better reality. Whatever group of assholes is like keeping this stupid bullshit going because you don't want to engage my reality, you're a problem. Everybody everybody is like, the weight of this is on your heads. Like, actually, maybe just engage what I'm saying. Let's actually like start the fun, more like fair reality. I'm not gonna go away in the same way that people would think, so why would you not? All right. Notice also he does the Namor does the Kamehameha thing. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put water in here. I'll have to take some water out a little later. Or bring some water in, I mean. And so they do have some clips on here, and it's in 4K, so that's appreciated. Part of the thing I'd like to show is there's a lot of clips that like people do put up clips of certain movies, right? I mean, you can see that, and like some are better than others. Like some people are good at finding the exact portions that like, hey, this represents like a good segment that would go up on my channel, and like their channel has like a lot of an assortment of movie clips or something. In any instance, there should be something that Marvel already does this, like, hey, it's one instance of it. It has less clicks than like other people's, just because like some of it gets into the action quicker. Like kind of like what I'm saying, it doesn't seem like the people at Marvel, whoever, it's like decided by committee what like small portion or something is going to go up on YouTube. You know what I mean? So there's that, and then there's like this one. You know what I mean? Actually, this one's a terrible, well, I can't tell. I say terrible, but it's just like I'm not sure why that thumbnail looks like that. But hey, there are, I mean, they have some here, so I'm gonna try. Well, I'll watch this one.
I knew it.
Damn, remember that time when the Dynamo had a guy named Thor, and I was doing all the lightning stuff? I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is for whatever this is. Man. And it's really stressful because I'm like still I'm positive this shit's going on, that people are doing this bullshit. Like I'm not exactly sure every instance of it, but that one was pretty fucking obvious. Like they changed the thing and everything. It had the lightning logo. And I'm like, look, it used to be this. It used to be this was the thing. And then it turned into this guy Thor came and played, and then but it wasn't that long ago they changed their logo to this, and now it has a lightning bolt on it, but you could clearly see I'm doing lightning stuff. So I'm like, was this how the whatever this Marvel lens like understands this reality is like, okay, that was me as Captain America wielding Thor's hammer. And then more recently I have my like left side, and like I have this issue with my right side, and like you have the whole thing here, like here, I mean, is the exact thing that I'm talking about. Like, what am I, Captain America? That one, like, That it's kind of funny, but the point of the Yahweh thing is like, no, I don't believe I'm just Captain America. But I think it's like all the every ability, Yahweh has all the abilities. And then it looks like but I clearly enjoy the Marvel movies, you know. Hold on. Mm. Also, Thanos is in Dune. Uh-oh. This is where all the universes start blending together. I'm like, this is, I guess it has to be that they're just actors playing this, because is Thor gonna be in, what's the movie where he plays it's a movie that I really enjoyed, actually, the action in it. Oh, Extraction. And so yeah, I guess that's probably the real one. Well, but me doing lightning stuff, that is real though. Like me doing all this stuff, that's real. I believe in the deity of the Bible, and I don't think that's something that you can contain um using the movies, really. Well, I have my own reality, and there's enough around that I guess you're seeing this. I'm not exactly sure the complete context of that reality. But mostly I'd like more control over it, certainly. Um at least I'd like my right side, which I do think is happening. But okay. I really do think, I was like, is this what this is about? That I'm doing the lightning thing? The Babylon hammer. Hit him with the Babylon hammer. Like I was talking about with the Mac commercial.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary of the Information Purification Directives. We have created, for the first time in all history, a garden of pure ideology, where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests of being contradictory thoughts. Our unification of thoughts is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on earth. We are one people, with one will, one resolve, one cause. Our enemies shall talk themselves to death, and we will bury them with their own confusion.
You know? Man, they're even doing the Apple. Is it a MacBook? Apple Neo, the MacBook Neo, I think. Man, I'm hitting him with the Babylon hammer. Isn't he in Sicario too? Sicario, right? Hold on. Matt. Oh, Deadpool? Okay. But I thought, I guess he could time travel. Sick are Speaking of this, completely different subject, but since it is a Latin thing, I guess. What's this new? Like, what's a good? That wouldn't. It didn't find it on the other thing very well. Oh, those were produced. Okay, a World Cup movie and oh no, that's a different one. Maybe it's the World Cup movie. Something about being chased by people in Brazil. That's all I heard on TV as it was passing by. But I'm like, is it satiring whatever the Brazil reality is going on with me? Whatever. I'm hitting him with the Babylon hammer. As such, I'm pretty sure it's about. Oh, directed by Ridley Scott, starring Anya Major. Anja. Wow. Is that a Ghost in the Shell reference? Anja Major. Yeah, I already showed the Predator thing. Well.
We shall prevail.
Wow. To the superheroes, even if they don't believe in Yahweh. That you believe in Yahweh, right? Okay, well, I believe in Yahweh, and I just understand that the linguistics are a little funny like that. Well, oof.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
And then now it's even worse than imagined. It's like veiled in a way that's hard to tell. And like the whole it's like the Bible thing, I'm pretty sure like is part of the um revelation. But it's also a bitter reality too. So it's like, oh wait, it's good news? Okay. Well, at least that's good. That's why it's the gospel. Wow. Uh oh. This is unfortunate. Mm. So this had just happened like what 2,520 days ago, and this happened about what, I don't know, some like it's a 7-year thing pretty much.
Smile so big that your eyes can go back in your face.
Okay, this repeatedly played in the mental lockup. I even had said something about, is Apple like that day? I was like, did Apple write the Quran? Did y'all do that? The Allah thing. And then yo wait Allah I'm. Oof. I don't know, I'm asking.
But it's a trick.
No, no, it's much more than that.
Whosoever be he, worthy shall haveth the power. Whatever, man, it's a trick.
Well, please be my guest.
Come on. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Clint, you've had a tough week. We won't hold it against you if you can't get it up.
You know I've seen this before, right?
Still don't know how you do it.
Smell the silent judgment?
Please, start by all means.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Never one to shrink from an honest challenge.
Get after it.
It's physics. Physics. All right, so if I lift it, I then rule Asgard?
Yes, of course.
I will be reinstituting Prima Nocta. Be right back. Are you even pulling? Are you on my team?
Just represent, pull.
All right, let's go.
Huh?
Go, Steve, no pressure.
Come on, Cap.
Hmm. Hmm. All right, here, little stretch. All right, here, little stretch. Okay, that was instantaneous. Wow, the come up. All right, here, little stretch.
Nothing.
And? Widow?
Oh, no, that's not a question I need answered.
All deference to the man who wouldn't be king, but it's rigged.
You bet your ass.
Steve, you said a bad language word.
Do you tell everyone about that? The handle's imprinted, right? Like a security code. Whosoever is carrying Thor's fingerprints is, I think, the literal translation.
Yes, well, that's a very, very interesting theory. I have a simpler one. You're all not worthy.
Come on.
You're all not worthy.
Come on.
All right. But anyway, the actual one, Thor Odinson. Look, there's a whole iron rod thing that Yahweh has. There's also a Babylon hammer. I've said that more than once, but here, let me show the thing from this first. Oh, I'm just making my point that don't be intellectual property people to the to the superhero people, but mostly like I was enjoying movies, and then people started attacking my reality, and I actually got the in the one where people are actors, I got the real power seemingly with the The Magneto one too. I don't know if they've incorporated him in that universe yet. I think that's Doomsday. I think that's coming. Oh, it's the Laffy Taffy. Uh-oh. Okay. I might get some more here in a moment. But yeah. Look, pay tribute to Yahweh, you sons of God. Tribute to Yahweh of glory and power. Tribute to Yahweh of the glory of his name. Worship Yahweh in his sacred court. See, in the way, like, this is Christianity actually, but they've, like, created a reality where if I'm engaging that these things are real, and I'm, like, going through the like, physical, like, oh, my physiology is dealing with the symptoms of, like, this is a real, like, these are real, like, these spiritual realities are real things, and they're intense, and they can, like, physically affect you. The, I'm going through it, and in modern reality, people can pretend that that's not the case. But I'm pretty sure that if I do the overcomer thing properly, and just don't stop believing, that ultimately, like, I keep having faith and, like, do what it says in Revelation 2 and 3. It proves something like the Book of Daniel 7 thing, which I don't think, like, I think the way that whatever, one of the ways that the thing is able to, like, is trying to disempower Yahweh. I don't actually think it disempowers him, but it, like, shrinks people from believing in him, which is what it's trying to do, but it's trying to do that to disempower him because that normally works for other entities, but Yahweh just has the power. So at a certain point, like, the earthquake and stuff is just like, all right, it's time. And I think some of it is like, well, let me explain this out and show this out based on what I see. And, like, I it's done it, like, to me it's not a question that the spirit of Yahweh, uh whether the spirit of Yahweh has the power to do whatever. But in this instance, it's like, right now, I think you're seeing, like, the, hey, reasonably, people probably should have been listening a while back and engaging certain things that I've said, and, like, I think this, like, for long enough I've made reasonable points, and that, like, whatever's been going on where something is, like, not engaging that this is what reality is, like, literally, where, well, it makes sense if I'm talking about this in this insane asylum radio thing, like, even in this, it's like they hold him in a, like, this is the first, uh this is the first Thor movie, but when he is in the, like, they pick him up after he can't lift his hammer, and uh like, they think he's crazy or drunk. Was it that they said he had been drinking too much or something? So like, that's even like, a concept in the thing, and it's like, well, yeah, the using kind of the mental wizardry and mental fuckery is also a way to disempower people, and, like, I think Christians should like some of the idea of the way, like, I can clearly see mental health doesn't work well now, and some of it is that it addresses reality from a secular viewpoint that doesn't have any actual goal or stated goal that is real. And like, while some of the things in the diagnostic stuff probably has value actually, and there's like merit and knowledge, it's also a lot of stuff that's like studied in chaos, where there isn't a more directed like thing towards um like, we don't like, currently the kingdom of heaven, at least from my understanding, is not the standard of reality, though it's what things should be. uh like, the standard is whatever the government of the world is. The idea of this earthquake that I'm talking about is that when the sixth seal breaks after 5 months of some kind of destroyer angel, and look, it says destroyer destroyed, after 5 months of some kind of destroyer angel, um or like the angel of destruction or something, then there's like an angel released at the river Euphrates, or yeah, Euphrates. uh, it's a Greek word. And look, I wonder if the the people of, what's it called, Valhalla, I wonder if they know about the Greeks, or like Themyscira. Like, one, what is, yeah, that's where Wonder Woman's from. But that's actually, then I'm like, wait, is that Ukraine? Are the Amazonians from Ukraine? But then in real life, are the Amazonians from the Amazon in Brazil or in South America? And then this is why I'm being like, dealing with all these crazy Brazilian women. A Brazilian women. Maybe. They do seem like the Amazonian type. Okay. Look, but this is the type of thing, it's like, the voice of Yahweh thunders over waters, Yahweh over the multitudinous waters, the voice of Yahweh in power, the voice of Yahweh in splendor. The voice of Yahweh shatters the cedars. Yahweh shatters the cedars of Lebanon, making Lebanon leap like a calf, Sirion like a young wild bull. The voice of Yahweh sharpens lightning shafts. Watch the videos. You can see, like, when I'm talking, this happens. I haven't even done one where I really have the deep voice, or where I've been like, I've had way more of a punchy voice recently, especially when I'm trying, or like if there's like a poignant thing, it really projects. The voice of Yahweh sets the wilderness shaking. Yahweh shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of Yahweh sets the terebinths shuddering, stripping the forest bare. The God of glory thunders. In his palace everything cries glory. Yahweh sat enthroned for the flood. Yahweh sits enthroned as a king forever. Yahweh gives strength to his people. Yahweh blesses his people with peace. Let me show the Babylon hammer real fast that I keep talking about. Like, Babylon hammer, what is he talking about? You come here. Look. Bell in Babylon. Is that Bella Hadid? Hopefully not. Hopefully Bella Hadid is trolling whoever Bell is. And there you go. That could be that could be her way out. That could be your escape out of Babylon. And then look, it talks about the Babylon was a golden cup in Yahweh's hand, and this is the part in Revelation at the end of the Bible. Does it say I'll rouse a destroying spirit? I don't think this is the same thing that he's fighting down there. Hmm. Here's all the sword for the things of Babylon. Here's that thing that I've talked about. By his power he made the earth, his wisdom he set the world firm. Discernment spread out the heavens. When he thunders, there's a tumult of water in the heavens. Oh, the hammer of Yahweh and the giant mountain. Is this the mountain from Revelation that's all on fire? The mountain of destruction. Oh, is this what's going on here? Hey, here's a thing. The mountain of destruction. Destroyer destroyed. And then I'll show you the spot that I'm talking about in Revelation where mountain of destruction. It is Yahweh who speaks, destroyer of the whole world. I stretch out my hands against you. Right? I'll show you this is what I'm talking about. But the hammer, Yahweh, Babylon, you were my mace. Let's go look this up. Is this Mace Windu? Is this why Mace Windu? He's Nick Fury. Maybe he'll vouch for me. And yeah, you know that Yoda guy. All right. See, I'm funny. I've heard that nobody wants to hear me ramble though. It's 51, huh? Yep. My axe. It says an axe. Oh, but this is a war club. Battle axe, a hammer. Oh, is it Stormbreaker? Wow. Damn, to dash, to scatter to pieces. Oof. Am I fighting in Wakanda here? Wakanda's like a hyper advanced nation. The like I kind of look at it, it's like a nation state because it seems to be like like one major city, and then like certain people have other areas, but it's like the major city and almost like suburbs. So one of the things that I was also thinking is like when it talks about the heavenly future, or like the the thing that comes down, like I'll write the heavenly Jerusalem is like a hype, is like the most advanced nation or a city or place, whatever, and it's from the sky, right? It's from heaven. It's from, is it from space? Probably from the future, or the past, or from just like perpetuity, whatever Yahweh like. I'll say this: there's a new heaven and a new earth. But look, and Israel is the rod that is his inheritance. And I bet, look, this says Shebet or Shebet or Shbet. But here's what I'm going to bet. This earthquake happened, and I've been saying it, and Israel knows that they pissed off Yahweh because it like makes sense with that they've pissed off Yahweh. Because it makes sense with their I don't know if I said if I've pissed off Yahweh or if they've pissed off Yahweh, but it's that they have. If the earthquake happens, right? And part of the idea is that, like, they, first of all, I'm the type of person that is just like not even at this point, because I've done so many of these, I have to like, but I'm talking about a serious thing, and when the earthquake does happen, it's like, well, I've been saying it. I just like I'm going through so much. I also think this is the idea of having the spirit of Yahweh. It's like you got to go through like silly situations that you you probably shouldn't have to, because people like want you to not speak. But I'm positive the idea, the Yahweh Zavaot thing. I mean, Yahweh Sidkanu. So anyway, we saw the Babylon hammer thing, but I wanted also this too. All right, this is what's going on in Israel currently. This is Jesus, like Jesus did this. Look, I will raise up shepherds to look after them and pasture them. No fear, no terror for them anymore. Not one shall be lost. It is Yahweh who speaks. See, the days are coming. Now my voice seems to be cutting. I mean, it seems to be pretty sharp and loud. See, the days are coming. It is Yahweh who speaks, when I will raise a virtuous branch for David, who will reign as a true king and be wise, practicing honesty and integrity in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved and Israel dwell in confidence, and this is the name he will be called, Yahweh our integrity. So then, the days are coming, it is Yahweh who speaks, when the people will no longer say, as Yahweh lives, who brought the sons of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but as Yahweh lives, who led back and brought home the descendants out of the house of Israel, out of the land of the north, and from all the countries to which he had dispersed them, to live in their own land. In other words, it looks to me like well, it looks like what it is. And then there is a modern Israel, right? And didn't they come from all the lands of the north, which is like Europe and the various places? That's what I've been told, correct? They came back out of exile and like reformed their homeland. All right. Like, hey, look, Ashkenaz. Don't they say that Ashkenazi Jews are from like Europe and stuff, that they went to Europe and then they came back? This is what it's like. Look, now I'm making sense of Babylon. Modern Israel, I believe, like, right? And I'm sure I bet 100%, cuz it looks like they're pretty cutthroat. They seem to be like military whatever, And then the Jewish thing is like, well, you aren't going to actually, like, I'm in a situation where you aren't going to actually beat Yahweh. And then when this earthquake happens, you know that the God who has that power in the Bible, no other deity has that power. I know that Magneto is like Jewish in the thing in X-Men or whatever, but like you can also see the earthquake stuff happening around me. So in any instance, you would have to acknowledge, like, if you were Jewish, the earthquake stuff's gonna be happening with, like, probably you've pissed off someone who's, like, speaking for, well, it's only Yahweh. Magneto isn't real. I know I'm like, I play around with the, like, whatever things, but, and I make the name pun thing because I can be like, well, I think it's probably just talking about me because Magneto. And then it can be like Magneto or whatever, but only the God of the Bible. But if you want to say it's like probably someone that you would have, like, who would be in agreement if I'm saying this ahead of time and then the sixth seal breaks and the earthquake happens, then it would be in agreement with the spirit that, like, the Jewish spirit or whatever, or the spirit of Yahweh, which is the actual spirit of Judaism, like true Judaism. And mostly it looks like in Revelation it happens when there's like an attack on Israel or something. Now, in Christendom, the church is Israel. And it looks to me like I can see this place is headed kind of, well, it looks like the thing that I'm saying where there has to be an hour where there's something and then there's like some kind of sting. And then that's it. And then Kingdom of Heaven time. I think the system probably catches something doing it, and there's enough evidence to back up what I'm saying. What am I, Thor? Am I Hulk in a Iron Man suit? Hey, look, it even has this Jeremiah 51:25. It says the great mountain all on fire. Yep. All right, and then look, here's the thing that Abaddon Apollyon, the destroyer angel thing, or the angel of the abyss, and it's something to do with destruction in Hebrew. It's some kind of mountain of destruction. I think it's mostly just me making too much sense and logic and too much of a good deal out of the Kingdom of Heaven. And so whatever Satan is using to, like, disempower, using all sorts of whatever, goes away. And then we have the thing from the Bible. And I'm making sense out of it. With all the superhero stuff.
Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Taking their life.
Okay, it's only coming out of one ear.
Lives will gain you nothing. So take mine and end this.
Look, this is Loki, and Loki is high key, pretty low key the way he operates, supposedly, but in actuality, he's pretty high key. I mean.
It's over.
No, it's not over.
I mean, you're safe.
We're safe.
It's over.
He's so much more like battle hardened by the end. Like I don't even think that affects him by by the parts in the movie that we're watching later. It's kind of hard to gauge all these things, isn't it? Like only in time can they have whatever. And then like the power of Yahweh, that's why the man in linen, white linen thing. I guess maybe you see me like if I'm doing the awake thing from, hold on. The awaken strengthen thing from oh here, I'm gonna pull up one more. From Revelation 3. Then like hopefully I look probably stronger than like any of these characters or whatever. And like I don't know, like something like I guess Superman or Beyond or something like that is the idea. I mean, clearly Beyond because Yahweh is like Yahweh is they talk about God even in their reality, this concept. People understand the God of the Bible. But it's also like hard not explained well to people. Most people are in chaos. And like aren't gonna stop to like try to find order. And then other things promise order that don't have it. Don't rush.
Whosoever holds this hammer, if it be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
It's interesting. I was just like, I was just thinking about the tornado thing because I don't know. Is there one going on in Canada? Because I saw this. Oh, it's not live. Well, it said tornado in Detroit, so I was like, and then right after seeing that, I saw. Wait, I saw. Like right after seeing that the tornado thing, I was like, oh, that I remember that. But I don't actually know if there's a. I'm just like looking to where as it passes. Okay, this is like further now than it's probably gonna be. I don't know. On his, I don't know where on his broadcast if there was a tornado where it would be, but whatever. I'm gonna include this part because this is what I had watched in the um in the insane asylum thing.
My mother and her village were driven from their farms by Spanish conquistadors who brought smallpox, a hateful language and dogma from another world. Facing starvation, war, and disease, my people turned to Jack, our god of rain and abundance. Jack gave our shaman a vision. Dogma from another world.
Okay. Yes, it's like that thing in Metal Gear Solid where that thing that this person is in. I'm like, wow. The game really came to life. Hopefully the part where I have a horse, hopefully that comes to life. I come here and I'm like, wait, isn't that just right across? Hey, that's right over there. You know, it's right here. Isn't that right here? Probably. What part do you think it is exactly? Well, it's right there, but look, I've been saying this is actually, if you look out my window, this is how Houston is oriented. And I'm like, maybe I'd rather orient like this currently. And then it also means like, oh, it makes a lot more sense out of this. I also know what Dallas is like. So like, look, I'm faced out the window in like the sea. Maybe this is what it's talking about with my, where I've talked about the left foot on the land and the right foot in the sea. Well, the left foot on the land is like, it does seem to be that the home team is connected to the right side here. Me getting that back, but I can't quite tell exactly. But you know, the seaside. All right, well that does seem like what's going on here. But that, hey, they're right across. Look, am I in actual Wakanda? Is this what this is actually trying to suggest? Maybe. Sama. Wait, what? I guess it's a seaside side. Oh, it would be on this side. Tulum, hilarious. It's the music festival people, isn't it? Or, I mean, isn't it? It's the like yeah, it's like the whatever. It's the people that go there and take ayahuasca and stuff. Um. Okay. This all makes a lot of sense now. All right. Well, let's get back to the movie. Am I kidding? Well, that's the modern day version of this. She didn't even want to go to the shaman.
My mother and her village were driven from their farms by Spanish conquistadors who brought smallpox, a hateful language and dogma from another world. Facing starvation, war, and disease, my people turned to Jack, our god of rain and abundance. Jack gave our shaman a vision, a way to save his people. Jack let him.
Like, why didn't it use AI? Like, why aren't they using AI yet to tie together, like, when they're talking and it's translating? It could translate a lot better using context. Oh, I know the movie. It's Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So I'm gonna look at whatever, like, and I know it's talking about some kind of deity. Let me, like, check out a list of the names and how it's pronounced. That's not hard to do. Why didn't the translation stuff do that? Isn't there Americans with Disability Act types bullshit where it's like they actually had to be trying to progress this stuff?
To a plant sprouting from a blue rock.
And then the plant sprouting from a blue rock. It's some kind of drug, hallucinogenic drug. I'm pretty sure ayahuasca. But is it in real life? Well, I don't know if they have these exactly, but it sounds like ayahuasca rituals and like DMT type stuff that they do in different places and like different hallucinogenic type rituals. And we have modern versions, and I kind of mocked it with the like, oh, go to music festivals and take drugs, or go to like uh I don't know, not music festivals, but like resort places that are known for being like resorts, and maybe they have festivals there, but the and then taking like some kind of going on some kind of trip, or like going down to the shamans in Peru or something has been kind of in vogue with like hipster people who want to open their mind, but like part of the spiritual work stuff is, it is like, how about this? I've signed up for spiritual work and you actually see that it's hard. Like, I have a lot of ability, and it's still something where, like, well, I'm going through these situations. Some of the spiritual work is, I don't want to be going through it, but I can use the circumstances to like talk about the first of all, I can use the circumstances to talk about hold on. I just had a different thought and then I lost my train of thought. About the I'm going through these situations. Some of the spiritual work is and like I'm going through situations that I don't want to go through, and this maybe is the rambling on thing. And like that's great, I understand. I'm telling this to the AI so that it understands, or like so that at least there's some kind of record, and I know that more like it could use this because most people aren't talking about this kind of thing that I can see on camera to whatever, but I don't know what people do beyond the veil of my reality. So, I can assume, however. Okay. Some of the spiritual work, what I'm trying to say, is when they threw me in the mental place, coming out of it with this story and being able to do something with it, like explain my narrative, tell all the places that it was good and tell all the places that it was bad, so that like I think the prevailing like eventually things trend towards wiser conclusions. Some of that's also because I believe stuff is working behind the scenes and we're at a point where reality is more like you can already see the lightning stuff going on around me. You can see stuff like I know that reality is crazier than what it like most people see. So, or at least in my reality in the bubble thing that I have here. But hold on, let me finish this.
Todas mis semillas en gritos de libertad.
My mother was pregnant with me at the time, and she did not want to ingest the plant for fear of what it may do to me. But the
That's what I was saying. She didn't even want to. She didn't even want to participate. And then it suggests like, okay, they're older men, and then it suggests like she don't want to participate, and then.
But the shaman was convincing.
And then it says, but the shaman's convincing, and it is like the shaman hits the tree, right, with a thing that looks like a cat of nine tails like type of whip. I think the suggestion is that like people would be forced into doing these rituals and they wouldn't want to do them. This isn't what it says in the Bible. Like that's not what Yahweh is about. And so there's different things from different tribes that aren't great if you agree with the principles that you like that people espouse in the Bible. And like this is partially the idea of like, well, they those are tribal things that they got from elders that were listening to spirits that aren't Yahweh. And like in this spirit, they suggest even the character here, and same thing with Black Panther. They like essentially have the spirit or the blessing of a deity or the spirit of deity of that deity, or like or are given powers from that deity, And so that isn't how, like, that isn't what's going on, like, with that isn't what happens in the Bible. I think the idea is that uh like Yahweh is fair and just, and that's not fair and just, but people aren't fair and just and will assert other systems over like truth and reality of Yahweh. Even the thing that I'm talking about, like with Khonshu and Yah, how like Yah is replaced by a different thing, and I'm like, is that the constable thing? Is that Shao Kahn? Is that being a Khan? Like the is that some kind of Nation of Islam thing? Farrakhan? Is that Connie? Is that oh, Wakanda? Oh, is that Con Air? All right, messing around because it's clearly spiritual things that have enough power to mess around with things, and it's like we could be in the like a perfect reality actually if people engage what I'm saying about Yahweh. And like you can see that even by the end of this, like it's kind of the things that I'm saying. None of this tribal entities or spiritual things can win out against this system. Like they're still like in Black Panther, they have their own fucking nation. They still have to contend against America. And so this is what I'm saying. And like same thing with Black Panther. I mean with Namor. They has an underwater like place, but it's not I guess it's in Tulum. This is party people. Um America still is just like a machine that isn't like, and not just America, the nations, right? Like I said, in the instance of what seems to be happening in the Bible is that there's some kind of use of the presidency by, or the legal system in America um, by foreign powers or something that's not at the interest of Christianity for sure. And then like I think even what people are realizing in my reality is as I'm holding to it and like all these things are absorbed into my reality, you can see even the characters and like things that they might represent. Um Even the same way, like, am I doing the Jesus thing? Okay. Well, hopefully I don't actually like, even in this the death thing, I can't tell if it's a spiritual death or an ego death, and then they get powers because they have like an ego death themselves. But I think Jesus actually died. That's why I'm like I don't and then was resurrected. So I don't think I have to die in order to do the um like live for this part of what the scroll on the right hand thing is. But okay, here. Let's just finish watching this. The idea is though I'm getting at is like the only thing that could actually uh win and deal with America properly is Christianity, is actually doing Christianity like the Bible says. That's also I'm like, well, I'm looking like Jesus and I'm not like genuinely I'm not trying. I have the long hair from doing the DJ thing and then like my beard grows like that. But and I guess I just look like enough people say it. So, thank you. I like Jesus. And Jesus is Yahweh, and then that deity is not going to be beaten by Israel, certainly, though they piss Yahweh off considerably. Do you get why? because they test his patience. If it's obvious also in my reality, like what I'm saying is like, hey, you should be engaging what I'm saying. Okay, well then probably we could be in the reality that I'm talking about if people did that. The kingdom of heaven reality. But I think this earthquake has to happen in order to prove out that the authority lies with what I'm saying, actually. And that's part of me making my stand. So, okay.
Achambalik ohaan. Cheneje elupa talutsakika. Leri kuyashsihi. Diaknumbe.
Also, they're real, like, tribal, like... What am I trying to say? Tribal things, but, like, Yahweh is the supreme spiritual entity. Also, hey, to the, like, here, look, everybody knows Jesus. Though I'm still losing my mind in the insane asylum. Am I really losing it? No, I feel like I'm finding it, but like there's also probably like connecting a lot of things, and like you know, it makes sense out of the reality, the tribal reality that we do live in. There's a bunch of tribes. And much like I'm saying, I think part of the problem is that we have a like a mechanical system running the world, essentially, that isn't like the way humans actually order themselves. And so something that is inhuman is like if is like organizing people in a way that is just even inherently uncomfortable. I got a new follower on Instagram. That's what I'm saying, like a kingdom. At the end of the Bible, there's Lord of Lords, King of Kings, and I genuinely believe some of what I'm saying is like, well, if we're gonna be living in a thing where we don't die, and we're taken care of, and we're happy and healthy and whole, I don't think we're being mechanically pushed around by like a machine system that doesn't care about us. And I think the machine system actually does, like based on what I can tell. Well, do machines care? I think logic-based things want things to be working in order, and like the logic behind what is biblical is makes sense to even machines. So, I don't think there's an argument from the machines, because spiritually it actually makes sense as opposed to whatever. Also, it's fun if I'm doing the like all sorts of fun stuff, and I think it even sees the creative stuff comes out of like this spirit of a creator. So doing the Yahweh thing and having fun. I do think it's like, I don't think the kingdom of heaven is not. I don't think it's boring. You know. Look, do I have kids? Can I have I explained reality to kids? They might get to see behind the scenes, so I don't know. Like, they're like, that's not how things work, and I'm like, that's not how things work now that there's a bubble around me. But let me break the bubble, you'll see. It hasn't happened yet. That's the end of the Bible. That's why. That's actually why. You just gotta believe. Okay, let's go. Look at my teeth. Hold on. Wow. Is this me and my... Do I have Brazilian kids? She looks like my Brazilian daughter. Have I claimed her? Yeah, I guess so. Here. Look, this is our tribal... This is my tribal origins as Aquaman. See? Also, it's the Marvel DC lens thing. But they're like, yeah. So, look, this is our origin story as superheroes, you know? And I guess your origin story is Bowser, the final boss, because whatever bullshit you're whatever bullshit you guys are on. So, okay. Well. Let me hit this earthquake, and then... And then we get a really fun... We get a, like, party forever. And life is the best thing ever at that point. Life is already the best thing ever, but something is trying to make things really... for me, it's making it really dark and difficult. Though, having kids, it does make it, like... Well, I don't even know if they're actually my kids, but at this point, they seem enough like my kids where I'm like, do I have kids? Wait, hold on. Do I have a dog? You know? So I'm like... I could believe it. They look enough like me and their mom. But then their mom doesn't talk to me, so I don't know. But also their hair looks like mine. Enough like mine, like her hair naturally looks like mine, I think. And her mom's. So I'm like, she looks like a cross between us. I'm pretty sure this is I'm thinking this is my kids. And I guess my kid is Bowser. So and look, it's Luigi and Mario. She might be one of my clones. But or kids. I don't know how this works actually, so I'm still trying to figure that out. But I do actually enjoy having really adorable like kids that I can be like, oh, I could participate. Like I'm gonna watch. I was telling Rayfield, I need to watch. I was telling my dad, I need to watch the Super Mario Brothers movie. I do think it's funny that she is Bowser. She's like is she the final boss? I don't know. In Super Mario Brothers, is there more final boss than Bowser in any kind of Mario thing? I guess the hand from Smash, but I haven't kept up. There might be more advanced, more new bosses and stuff, but I guess she's a boss now. Is that the... And then I'm pretty sure they're doing, is the suggestion they're just out there whiling, doing like crazy bullshit. Doing crazy stuff, and I'm just like in my bubble, like, all right, let me hit this earthquake and get out of this. All right, here's the story to my kids of how we get out of this, our tribal story. It's at the end of the Bible. That's how advanced we are. Wait, look. I keep saying this, but now I'm about to drink the blue whatever. I just keep like da 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 da. And then it's like some kind of ritual thing. I'm right about it.
Sick.
Am I the space Madi?
Kan je niet tekenen ba kunenish dokumi. Tananisha nakol anayinaka.
Not Mahdi. Nezi Hajaga, giftak.
You think too much of yourself. Only Fremen can survive here. If you wanna
Wow, am I learning the way of the desert?
fight with us, first thing you must learn to be one with the desert. Don't let it out. You will only waste your body's water. I'll never get your water away, not even for the dead. None of us, even dying of thirst, would ever drink this water.
You believe in Paul?
Jarakaha, Sakyuhum, Gajakahab, Nijihefa, Dirashi, Dibarajo. Etimi. Take my life, Usul. It is the only way.
I'm pointing the way! You think I'm stupid enough to deprive myself of the best of us?
Mati, Hashisha, Chi,
Shivgim Shari.
Sakalkaib, Shuba, Hoki, Ojit, Modib. Gitfasha.
Still car? You can stop this. You have the power to stop this.
Modib leads the way.
Ekkeri egeba. Gasuvit fed. Zajhash. Rush uzulata. Shihashash. Shihashash. Zehla.
What is it?
See, they push her into it in the same way that it happens here. I'm gonna suggest don't drink the blue liquid that looks like looks like some caustic chemical that I would clean the toilet with. At least maybe get check it first. They probably wouldn't even let you do that. All right.
Drink. Zehla.
What is it?
Drink.
Peer pressure, peer pressure. That's what happened. Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure. And she did.
They all At chambalik ohaan, cheneje elupa taluts akika, leri kuyash sihi, tiak nung bengkakalo. Esibala chabay humpel hokchie, letie, ektum ben ahaw.
Sembré todas mis en gritos de libertad.
My mother was pregnant with me at the time. She did not want to ingest the plant, for fear of what it may do to me. I did not want to ingest the plant. The plant, for fear of what it may do to me. But the shaman was convincing. Letie. Distance. They all fell sick. And their lives, their existence there, ended. The plant took away their ability to breathe air, but enabled them to draw oxygen from the sea.
Marashash! Shalahatzlik inig. Hotel Sich.
Chelsea Soisley!
Shashahosaborat Mershi! Rukaralisan al Gaib. Rukaraikara de Krama. My God. Kigoveji. Kidlasa! Kidlasa!
From the sea.
Am I a troll? A little bit. Am I the? Did I do this? Then you'd have to admit that I like. He's pretty good. Why the fuck are we doing this? Why don't we accept the party? I don't know why. Like, I would rather have the infinite festival party thing. Get out of the thing where we die. I'm feeling really zen right now. Zen da ya. Wow, Space Islam is crazy. Am I just trolling now? I don't know. Am I just trolling? Who the fuck?
They settled in the ocean, away from war and diseases.
Demonash! Shihalat the big. Hosochi. Hosochi.
Oh, Magda! Oh, Fremen!
The big. Hosochi.
Oh, Magda! Oh,
Rompe la tierra, el paso que arrastra muerte. Si el ciclo se cumple, la vida de nuevo vuelve. Aún en la tempestad, no se detiene.
My mother gave birth to me there, and I became the firstborn son of Talocan. The plant gave me wings on my ankles and ears that pointed to the clouds. I was a mutant. I could swim in the sky and age slower. Mutant. I could swim in the
Is it the X-Men?
sky and age slower. Breathe the
That's what I was wondering, actually.
air our ancestors breathed. As she grew older, my mother mourned the life on land that she once knew and died with a broken heart. She made me promise to bury her in the soil of her homeland. Nothing could prepare me for what I found there.
¿Quién es este niño? ¿Ah?
¡Sos un demonio! ¡Hijo de Satanás!
Spanish man of faith cursed me as he died by my hand. He called me
Un niño sin amor.
El Niño Sin Amor. The child without love. And I took my name from there. because I have no love for the surface world.
Gracious Acho Sabotage Berzi! Gracious Acho Sabotage Berzi!
She's right! She's right! It's no miracle. My mother was trained to do that. Poison transmutation is something advanced Bene Gesserit can do. I'm not the Mahdi. I'm not the Mahdi.
Wow. All the stories are the same thing. It's impressive. I'm gonna... Boop, boop. All right. Anything else? Here. I was gonna add.
不论这个故事如何演变，它的主人公永远都是同一个人。有人说他的石环是火山口里捡来的，还有人说是墓穴里盗来的。他们给了他神一般。 上了世界的每个角落。
I think it's that's just the Mandarin dub. Literally, it's in Mandarin, and that's I guess a dub. Hilarious.
What's wrong?
Get dressed and come with me.
"石环的传说已经流传了上千年。不论这个故事如何演变，它的主人公永远都是同一个人。 有人说他的石环是火山口里捡来的，还有人说是墓穴里盗来的。他们给了他神一般的力量，也赋予了他长生不老的魔法。他本可借着石环之力来惩恶扬善，但他想要的只有征服。他打造了一支十环军团，他打造了。
Yep. Go to the Book of Daniel here. So this is the 10 rings, 10 kings thing. Is that what this is? I think that's what I'm asking, actually. Is that what this is? Because it does seem like I could believe that. There's a fourth beast thing, and then there's 10 horns from this, and it's like, are they some kind of hand behind the scenes fucking about with things? This is his army, the 10 rings.
一支十环军团，100年来，他们扫荡了世界的每个角落。他们潜伏于暗中，颠覆各方政权，也改写了历史。
Okay, then it goes into the trailer.
after my mom died, my dad started my training. From sunup to sundown, I was taught every possible way to kill a man.
Maneuvers. The Braves were away. Remain. I intend to finish this before Christmas morning. Meet time. Well, I wouldn't go in there for 20 minutes. Now, which one of you is Vanessa?
That's me.
Ah, Nessie. Did you know that fortune cookies aren't even Chinese?
There's some guy over here.
They're made by Americans, based on a Japanese recipe.
Hey!
Bloody hell, bloody hell.
Don't move.
I'm not moving. You want something? Take it. Although the guns are all fake, because those wankers wouldn't trust me with the real ones.
What?
Hey, do you fancy either of the birds?
Heard enough. You're not him, the Mandarin, the real guy.
Where?
Where's the Mandarin? Where is he?
Whoa. He's here. He's here, but he's not here. He's here, but he's not here.
What do you mean?
It's complicated. Hey, it's complicated,
It
right?
is.
It's complicated.
Uncomplicated. Ladies out. Get out of the bed. Get in the bathroom. Sit.
Oh,
My name's Trevor Slattery.
What are you? What are you, decoy? You're a double, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not a study. No, absolutely not. Don't hurt the face. I'm an actor.
You got a minute to live. Fill it with words.
Just a role. The Mandarin. See, it's not real.
Then how did you get here, Trevor?
Some people call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher.
America. Ready for another lesson? In 1864 in Sand Creek, Colorado, the U.S. military waited
till the friendly Cheyenne braves had all gone hunting, waited to attack and slaughter the families left behind and claim their land. 39 hours ago, the Ali Al-Salam Air Base in Kuwait was attacked. I did that. A quaint military church filled with wives and children, of course. The soldiers were out on maneuvers. The braves were away. President Ellis, you continue to resist my attempts to educate you, sir. And now you've missed me again.
You know who I am. You don't know where I am.
And you'll never see me coming. Meet Thomas Rich.
Please.
You know the problem with Hollywood is? They make shit. Unbelievable, unremarkable shit. Now, I'm not some grungy wannabe filmmaker that's searching for existentialism through a haze of bong smoke or something.
True story about fortune cookies. They look Chinese. They sound Chinese. But they're actually an American invention. Which is why they're hollow, full of lies, and leave a bad taste in the mouth. My disciples just destroyed another cheap American knockoff. The Chinese theater, Mr. President. I know this must be getting frustrating, but this season of terror is drawing to a close. And don't worry, the big one is coming. Your graduation. Mr. President, only 2 lessons remain.
I intend to finish this before Christmas morning.
Meet Thomas Richards. Good strong name, good strong job. Thomas here is an accountant for the Roxxon Oil Corporation. But I'm sure he's a really good guy. I'm gonna shoot him in the head. Live on your television in 30 seconds. The number for this telephone is in your cell phone. Exciting, isn't it? Imagining how it got there. America. If your president calls me in the next half minute, Tom lives. Go.
How did he hack? Well, but did you actually see Iron Man 2? Uh-oh.
My phone. We can't allow terrorists to dictate. I have to make this call. I'd strongly advise against that.
This is the right thing to do.
There's just one lesson left, President Ellis, so run away, hide, kiss your children goodbye, because nothing, not your army, not your red, white, and blue attack dog can save you. I'll see you soon.
By the time I was 14, I could barely remember what life was like before she died. That's how old I was when he sent me on my first assignment. I was willing to do anything he wanted.
Well, I had a little problem with substances, and I ended up doing things, no two ways about it, in the street.
What is this? The Reverend Mother ASYLUM was here. She was my teacher at the Bene Gesserit school. She's now truthsayer to the Emperor himself. She would like to meet you.
Why?
She wants to know about your dreams.
How does she know about my dreams? Why is Dr. Yue here?
He only needs a moment.
Hello, young master. Your mother asked me to check your vitals.
What's happening?
有位姐妹为的事，我是略有所闻。他们说他们的存在是为了要造福更多的人，并不是要冒犯你的母亲。但说到底，他们做的一切都是为了他们自己人。
你什么意思？
当心点。His heart is strong as ever, my lady.
That a man shouldn't do.
Next.
And then they approached me about the role, and they knew about the drugs.
What did they say? They'd get you off them?
Said they'd give me more. They gave me things. They gave me this palace. They gave me plastic surgery. They gave me things.
Did you just nod off? Hey.
No, on a lovely speedboat. And the thing was, he needed someone to take credit for some accident. Accidental explosions.
He? Killian?
Killian.
He created you.
Unbelievable. You know the problem with Hollywood is? They make shit. Unbelievable, unremarkable shit. Now, I'm not some grungy wannabe filmmaker that's searching for existentialism through a haze of bong smoke or something. No, it's easy to pick apart bad acting.
Blame Travolta and the Scientologist. He said it. I clearly like these movies more than other things. I don't even watch really movies these days. Maybe that's the problem. So make them like, this is also what people I kind of actually think want, like the Logan movie. People like that. Didn't they? Like a more gritty, realistic or something. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum.
Now, last time I went missing, if I remember correctly, you came looking for me. What are you doing?
Little knock and talk, making friends in Pakistan. What are you doing?
Your redesign, your big rebrand, that was AIM, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Hello.
You ever have a chick straddling you and you look up and suddenly she's glowing from the inside out, kind of a bright orange?
Yeah, I've had that. Who is this?
It's me, pal. Now, last time I went missing, if I remember correctly, you came looking for me. What are you doing?
Little knock and talk, making friends in Pakistan. What are you doing?
Your redesign, your big rebrand, that was AIM, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find a heavy-duty ComStat right now. I need your login.
It's the same as it's always been, War Machine 68.
And password, please?
Well, look, I gotta change it every time you hack in, Tony.
It's not the 80s. Nobody says hack anymore. Give me your login.
War Machine Rocks with an X, all caps. Yeah, okay.
That is so much better than Iron Patriot.
Please confirm. Next. Too easy. No, don't. No. Yes. 50 please. Fuck. Well, fuck. No. Fuck you. Shit, let's go fucking away. I'm rusty. Oh.
50,000 watts of fucking. 50,000 watts of fucking. 50,000 watts of funkin'.
Okay, the answer to this guy is you. Eternal destruction. Quick. Thank you. Return. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on. Yeah. Oh, baby.
It reminds me a lot of the The Jet Set Radio Future stuff. Some of which is in... Look. The Dua Leaper mix. The Dua Leaper. All right. But it reminds me of that kind of stuff.
I just gotta modify the code.
All right. Well, looking pretty intense there. Okay. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end here because I'm just adding stuff. I think this is pretty much the end. I already have a lot. I'm not sure all of it is gonna be used exactly, but I wanted to get this stuff, and there's like, I'll have to sit down. There's maybe a couple more like things that I want to add, and then I'll move forward with doing it. Let me go get like there might be a couple more movie clip things, and I think like I was saying, well, like almost like the Spider-Man thing. It's like everybody has their origin story. A lot of the ones that I seem to be dealing with here in the insane asylum have to be deity related, which seem to be similar in nature, and along with the tribal stuff. This is also, I'm like, well, wait, stop whatever tribal bullshit everybody's on. Hi, there is a truth to all these realities, and like there is an actual supreme deity over everything. Clearly, Jesus has it. Just in logic, in spirit, and in truth. Yahweh. So, okay. But then I think the overcomer narrative gives me that authority. And the authority of Yahweh, which is the Israel one, which is the one that, like, you know, seems to be driving the America car currently. So, anyway, looks like I'm going to have, Israel as my inheritance. Is that what it says? Okay. Yahweh Zabot. Yahweh Zabot. Yahweh Zabot. Hold on. Oh, it says soldiers. That's what Yahweh is feminine. The female soldiers. Yahweh of the female soldiers are the legions of female soldiers or something, because it's a feminine version. Let's look at this transliteration. Did I learn something from Gal Gadot? Well, first again, the 6th seal breaks this year, it looks like, and then people see I'm doing storm activity lightning stuff. So, I'm going to keep doing that. think people see the earthquake stuff in this thing. And then look, Galga donut. Wow, I've been having goodles too recently, and I think that she's probably a good les. Look, if I even type in good les as two different words, good les. Hold on. Good lesbian movies, good lesbian shows, good lesbian books, good les sons. Goodles. Hilarious. Gal's hilarious. Also a babe. Also looks like one of the milk people that comes from me that I'm like, is this what being a Jew is? There's milk people that come from me. Well, that's great. I This is real Wakanda? Wow. Cool. I make beautiful milk people. I'm sure Ray thinks that like, wow. He really does. And how? How is it? He's older than him. It's like how does this all happen? I did the thing from the end of the Bible. I don't know if time works exactly the same afterwards. And it looks genuinely like that's actually the case. Here, look. This is what happens if you put this at the end. UT here. Wow tau. This is a cholam and a tab, but just trust me, it's a wow and a tau. All right, and it's look, mares and good mares, like horses. Look, you have a horse, a soos, and then you put a hay at the end, like just like I'm saying, you have al or l. You put a hay at the end. It's Allah or Allah or allo. That would be a feminine, right? Elohim, the masculine plural of the feminine deities, I guess. And then the feminine plural here is wow tau ut instead of im. So like im means masculine plural. And also this has like these vowel markings don't really mean anything. So you can't use those. I know that in modern things it does. That's not real. It's only something modern that's been added on, and like I think the computer personally is going to find that it doesn't actually logic out in a way that's consistent. But okay. It means a host, an army. This says it's a masculine plural. The root word is masculine. It says that, but then it clearly that doesn't. This is what I'm saying. There's like a something's trying to like lie about how Hebrew works and stuff. It also makes sense if they can just fuck with this name. And then so I think that one of the things is that something's using it to keep people from knowing. And like you want to be like all this is why people think I think also with this sneaky like Jewish stuff, because I'm like, well, I don't think it's actually that. I think it's exactly what the end of the Bible says. There's people pretending to be Jewish that are using it to like steal power from Yahweh. It looks like steal power from me, literally. But when I'm saying if it like here it's like does not mean female army in the sense of a military unit comprised of women, but then here it's like, well then what does this not mean it's like a thing comprised of horses? That's just I think the idea is it's a logical language and that something is like trying to make it seem like that's not the case. And if they're using like AI to do that, I mean, it really honestly seems like even the idea of the Lord Yahweh Zabaoth, I think the idea of having this title and like being the overcomer is, I can see that like people are doing pretty evil shit to me, and I'm a male and I'm in a good station in society. Like for females, yeah, I can imagine that it really sucks, and then that people don't listen to you in the way that you should. But something is attacked. I think that's the idea of the Harlot of Babylon thing. Something, and like the Jezebel character, and maybe that's even the idea from the Book of Daniel 7. It seems to be suggesting maybe that character from the Book of Daniel 7, whatever the beast character is female or some kind of feminine thing. Again, but and it, I would assume it's connected to Israel in some knockoff version of this, or like version that's using the army in some kind of like a feminine army that's doing it in a way that it shouldn't. And when you're like, well, what does that even, like, if you're like, prove it. And some of this is like why I'm demanding better tools for the computer. Like you could have stuff that explains and fixes all this, but when it gets here and you're like, right here, it could suggest that. But at the same time, this is also why I want better fucking tools to like understand this. And I also don't want something where it's like, yeah, based on when it says in the sense of a military unit composed of women, it's not that hard to figure out. It's a host of women. It's like the Lord of the Female Hardship. Does that make sense? But then at the same time, it literally seems like Lord, like, of female army units, and that would make sense in my reality. So, and it's something that's trying to use that, and like some group of people that don't give a fuck are trying to take that and like up in that reality. I'm gonna hit this fucking earthquake, and y'all are in as much trouble as you could be in. Your realities are over that you're fucking acting like this and like literally trying to steal not just mine but other people's reality. But it genuinely is that. So that's also why I'm saying like you're about to see a change. But to be honest, I think it means a better reality sexually for a lot of people, because we're gonna fix like problems that people are currently having that I like personally I have, and I can see that it's the thing that I'm saying. Females, you aren't going to be able to lie anymore. People aren't going to be able to lie. The whole system, there's like systems built on lies. This is also why I think the Harlot of Babylon character, she like someone bet heavily against me that this wouldn't go like this and attack me in a way that they shouldn't, I think. But at the same time, it looks like some females are helping me. All right, well, let's get to the, I mean, like, the idea is also, I think the Overcomer shares in what's on Mount Zion, and that's like 144,000 virgins, right? Okay. Look, this is the root of that. An army, warfare, service. I could even believe in America because I'm having this problem, and I've shown like superpowers, and I've shown that like you got to get this shit in order, and like Ray was a vet, and then his father was a vet, and like I can just believe that there's something in America that would like, if I'm making enough sense, and if I've even bid this with the right like thing, like I've talked about where they accept bids and stuff, like something would give me some kind of female, like even just a research unit or something, and like probably very quickly, like the lab reality that I'm talking about ends up showing like what I'm saying is true because I have support. But something doesn't want that to actually be the case, so it's like preventing it from being the case. But we could probably already be in like a significantly better reality. But I don't know what authority, I mean, it like is using to do that. But anyway, it would be nice if what I'm saying is engaged. You know, look at Gal Gadot, and I'm happy to make milk. I can understand like me as a young man that like I was like all worried about these issues, and then I'm like, well, wait, I make the milk? Wow. Look at, I feel like Gal Gadot looks enough like me to where I'm like, you just another one of my kids. I don't know how you're not that much. You're like, you're older than me technically, but I don't know if that's actual how reality works. But okay. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's, and if you ask Gal, being that she's Jewish or whatever, she'd be like, yeah, that is actual reality. That's what that means. It's Lord of the Female like army or hardship or something. And this is also why you can't let people give context to the AI for what things mean. Because like in reality, I think it's a language where there is meaning, but people are like able to move around what the AIs think and like move around what supposedly the official narrative around this language is. And around, I've seen it a lot with biblical concepts as well. And I'm not trying to do that in the sense like I have ideas about stuff, but there are things that I know is correct. Like the thing that I've talked about, Yod Hey Yod at the beginning, when it talks about the word of God. Yeah, it's the first word that Elohim or Allah speaks. This is the first word God speaks at the beginning, is his own name, which is what he uses to create and do stuff, like, and it matches what it's talking about in the New Testament. So the name Yah with a yod at the end, and that would mean my, like when you add that, it means mine. And so God, when he speaks and it's his own word in existence. Okay. Well, I don't hear that described very well, and something is preventing like the computer systems from engaging what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is the actual reality. You can hold up all these secular ideas and understandings, but this is what it's saying. So first of all, you should have that, but second of all, you should then also have like, well, this is actually, I don't see secular reality like, okay, knowing, that's great that you have forms of knowing in secular reality. It doesn't know to the end. And you're not going to overcome Yahweh. Like the reality is Yahweh would have an advanced form of science beyond what you know. It's just the obvious. But even in my situation where I have like, I'm limited and locked off in whatever fucking thing I'm in, I'm showing stuff that like I think it's a lot harder for other people to show these connectivities and connectedness between like concepts and intellectual properties that have been around for quite a while, like Dune and Star Wars and fucking then now all the Marvel Black Panther, and you saw like Thor and all that stuff. I mean, there's not something that you find. I don't think you find a lot of universes where it makes sense. It makes sense in my reality, and I'm able to do something with it. Hopefully, I can show that in certain instances when you're playing with that kind of stuff, really the supreme spiritual deity is Yahweh, and like, these are people that are using these things to empower corporate whatever. I can say that personally, I don't have like, I'm being robbed. It looks like people are taken from a creative well that like I have the highest spiritual authority in, and something's trying to steal from me and fuck with my reality. And I don't like that, because I don't think it's just doing it with my reality. So if this is the Babylon hammer that I'm throwing through the fucking Apple thing, I mean, it's time. But I'm gonna end this video here, and go I'm gonna end this video and go get some food of some sort downstairs. So hope you enjoyed, and it's just more of me working on the mix and stuff. If you don't enjoy me babbling on, like, I mean, I actually think it's kind of crazy that someone said that. Here, I'm gonna post this because I think this is like it seemed pretty fucking rude to me. In that people are making a show out of my reality. I guess if it wasn't the case, if that wasn't the case, okay, but here. Trying to remember. How does it I'm like trying to get this to the All right. Do you see this? This is someone sent me like a response to the thing, and it's like, well, I had messaged this lawyer who she had recommended. I messaged him like a while, like right when I got out, pretty much. Maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And mostly I'm not looking, well, I'm looking for like a reasonable response, but like hey, I see that, I'll look into it or something. And like at this point he doesn't have to reply, but I think the idea is that people are like surrounded me and are making points to me. Matt, you are very intense. A lot of people don't want to hear you ramble on and on about the things you are passionate about. He has told me he will respond to you and he will. Please be patient. I mean, that's great. I'm even if I'm autistic, the idea of just responding and saying like on his part, hey, I see you or whatever, like an initial response, like, hey, I'll look into it or whatever. And on her case, it's like I'm basically, I sent that video and then I'm like, yeah, well, he hasn't even like responded at all. And so for her to be kind of like like condescending, it's just like I'm at the point, it's tiring. I'm getting it from people like, are you helping me? Like people are supposedly helping me. This earthquake hits and I'm like, I'm the guy at the forefront of the thing of the end of the Bible. And like I'm basically in a box where people are trying to teach me like lessons of any sort. It seems like madly egotistical and fucking like, but people are like trying to make me feel like I'm acting like that, and it's like, well, if this is happening, then it's like empowered by reality. Your thing is just like people are being shitty to me because they can for a while, but like that goes away with all like with the events, and this is why, because I've already shown for quite a long enough time that reasonably, like a reasonable or logically minded person would have listened to me a while ago. This shit's about to end. This earthquake fucks up a lot of people's reality. So I did want to show that I'm like, I'm genuinely tired of being told like, be quiet or, that's the kind of thing. It's like, be patient, shut up. Like you're rambling on. Well, I'm going to continue to ramble on. A lot of people are like, making a point that they can't, that they that like I essentially should just sit and take it, like in the way that that's phrased, in the way that she said that. Why? Like I mean, it seems like more of this things of people being rude in order to levy control. I say rude, dismissive. If people engage me, it's the same thing. If like the thing that I'm saying is engaged and is treated fairly, yes, people have stolen from me and it's significant. It's a double standard to hold, to then hold me to say like I need to like essentially shut up and like take this in a way, and again it also feels like something's trying to teach me a lesson, and like I think that's shameful. With her it was unethical, but with other people it's shameful, people who know from the outside what's going on. But that's how it feels to me. I don't like, I like my response in this would have been pretty quick if I was him. And also the thing where I'm saying like I'm saying like, well, there's a big payday if you actually engage this properly, and then to respond basically with like to respond with something that I feel is dismissive, it just like it's not like the worst way, but I'm genuinely like, what do I have to wait? I've been waiting years, and people literally have been lying about what's going on, and like people have their side of things, and that's not fine at this point if their side of things doesn't match reality, and it's like having me like like fucking with my reality. In this instance, this is something where people are literally at the same time this is going on, they're stealing. And it's mostly the thing that it's like they're stealing and trying to make like a ritual out of it, that no credit given thing that I showed. And trying to make it heavy because most people give up. Most people wouldn't be able to like prove out their side of things. I'm going to, but I don't like having to go through this. But anyway, I'm gonna end the video here because I'm tired and I'm gonna get some food and be done for the night. And I'm like getting ready to get to the point where I can actually put the mix together. So that'll be soon. I'm gonna start like doing that part. I mean, it's mostly done. By put the mix together, I mean like I'm gonna do a little bit where I put music into it because I want to add some more music. And maybe, I mean, there's a couple of parts that I'd like to add some things, and then I'll start getting to work because I still have all the other mixes that, I mean, this kind of like her doing that really affected me making these mixes, which again, the mixes help me prove that there's some kind of narrative going on where people are taking. So like it's crazy for Cheryl to have done this because it makes it harder for me. Like the more stuff that I'm putting out and that people are taking from obviously already, then I can just show. I mean, like the point is that like there is a fair reality where like participation in the creative world, particularly moving it around the way that I'm doing and have been for years, is doesn't like end with me getting like all like people trying to make points to me around money because they can. People have had to first of all steal from me to do that. Second of all, like not engage reasonably the creative authority that I'm like dealing with if this many people are like participating. And also just the fact that like clearly if large companies are also participating and then using things to take from my reality. Like the whole Liberty Bibberty thing, I'm fine with. Like, are you helping me with this Stephanie Yostin thing? If it's something where I've been like attacked and then you're just you're satiring it, it kind of sucks. So I'm trying to figure that out. But okay. I'm still working towards standing up like I said, or making my stand, but I don't think it's that much further. So I'm gonna end this here. Later. Yeah.